What's up, guys? So I got a request to create Eevee, this little Pokemon, I think. So yeah, let's figure out how to design her. I think maybe it's a her. Okay, so I'm gonna do Metcap. Okay, so looking at the head, it's sort of cylindrical. Maybe we'll just do something like this. Looks like the head is fairly long. So something like this might work. And maybe we'll just make the head a little bit even. Which way is the front? I find that sometimes it's hard to get, like I just want it this direction on the top, and it always changes it. Like it just want me to look at the top view from this direction. Nope. Oh well. So I just want to make the head a little bit longer, because you never want to just make it for the front. You always want to give it some shape in the back. I think that feels right. I think that feels pretty good. So I'm going to name this head, because you always want to name everything, keep everything organized. Make sure my lighting is right. All right, so now I really can't see the body, so we'll just use a sphere. There's also this area here, and I think for that we'll use a torus. So we'll add a torus. I'll tap on the gizmo to give me these edit options, so I can make it a bit thicker. And here's where I have to really pay attention to how big, you know, the shapes of things, and like how big they are in correlation to the face and stuff like that. I think something like that. And also the face is pretty flat. Let's hide the torus. The bottom of the face is actually quite flat, so let's just take move and just kind of flatten that up a little bit. And I feel like there would be two cheeks here. So instead of trying to sculpt that out, which, you know, might be a good idea, but I think I'm just going to use two more spheres, and I'll use the mirror. Let me make my gizmo a little bit thicker. I made it smaller for Facebook. Someone wanted to know how to make it smaller. Okay, so it's mirrored. And they don't look like it actually looks like it's right at the bottom of the face. The cheeks. So maybe something like this. Stretch them out a little bit. And this way they're kind of uniform, you know. That's kind of what I'm going for. I just want to keep it as simple as possible. And of course I could use clay, but if I do it this way, then I can sort of, you know, maybe I want them a little higher or a little lower. So that's why I use the spheres instead. So you can kind of map out where you want your shapes to be. So the nose, you can't really see it, but it looks like she's got one of those, the snouts, where it might just be two spheres again, actually. And I feel like the face would come out a bit here, actually. So maybe I pull these out a little bit, and then I pull the face to meet it. So if I'm on the head, I pull this forward as well. So something like that. Maybe I'll bring the something like that. So let me bring the cheeks up a bit so they still kind of look like cheeks. There's not that much of a chin, at least that you can see. So that's why I just want to make sure that I bring the spheres down so we have sort of a shape like this. I think this looks decent. I think from the side you would see a little bit of this cheek. Maybe even stretch it out a little bit more. Because it looks like from the side you would see it, but you wouldn't necessarily see it from... Make them a little plumper. I think that looks good. Alright, so let's add two more, or one more sphere, and we'll bring that out. We'll make it smaller. And it's pretty much in the middle. It's right over the cheeks. So if we just move them together, we can sort of make that little snout. Looks like they're a little bit longer. So it looks like something like this. Maybe we'll move it out a little bit. The mouth will be underneath. Make sure I keep it low. And I need a lot of room for the eyes, so I'm going to bring it down even more, actually. And again, constantly looking at the size of things. You know, I think the eyes have plenty of space here. So I think this might work. I might be able to just, oops. Pinch these a little bit. So maybe something like that. I think that works. A little tiny bit of curve coming out from the forehead, this area here, so I think that works pretty good. I'll go ahead and validate that. So now we have the ears. Let's block those out. And I think for the ears, that's a kind of a weird shape. But I would probably do some more spheres. So I'm going to tap on head. That way when I add the sphere, it's outside of this mirror, because I just want to make it a separate mirror. So I'll tap mirror there. Okay, now we kind of have to make this odd shape. So we'll stretch it out. Flatten it a little bit. Validate. And of course, I might not make it exactly perfect. So I'm going to tap symmetry, so it uses the symmetry of each one. Since it's a mirror, since the sphere is in a mirror, anything I do to one will happen to the other one. But using symmetry will invoke the symmetry on each sphere, so I should be able to make a nice sharp edge. Not sharp, but kind of sharp. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Make them a little smaller. Rotate them back a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to tap a line so I can use the alignment with the world instead of each individual ear. So they're kind of on the side of the head. And one thing I notice about them is that they get small on the bottom part as well. So I have to make sure that I also make that shape on the bottom as well. Okay. So they're about the same size as the head, so that would actually be, it's actually decent sizes. But they look like they're right on the outside of the head. Let me tap front. I'll take off a line so I can stretch them a tad bit more. And I really don't like them too far forward, so I'm going to push mine back to something like this. Maybe they're a little too big. I'll make them a little smaller. Okay, so now we have the torus. Which I think is a decent size. Make it a little bit bigger. Something like that. And now the hole has to be a bit, I think I have the hole is a bit too wide. Hole. Oh, actually that's the wrong. How do I make... Oh, I have to make it a little smaller. Actually, I think that's pretty good. And then we'll just adjust it. We'll just adjust it to the head. Okay, so let's work out the rest of the body. Can't really see it, but I'm going to make a sphere just so we have a sort of base. But let's label all this stuff first. Ears. These are the cheeks. This is the snoot. Torus is the mane. I think I spelled that wrong. That's okay. That's okay. All right. So let's add another sphere. This will be the body. Okay, so I'm thinking something like this. If I was drawing a little creature, the chest would be here. Actually, maybe even back a little bit. Probably be something like this. And I'd have to adjust this thing. which actually makes more sense. And it usually does in situations like that. You know, like this, that actually looks much better now that it's tilted that way. So this would be like this. So now let's just make a quick platform, just so it has something to sit on. I always like to do that. So I'll just squash a cylinder. And that would be the bottom. We'll put it down a little bit lower. It looks like he has sort of long arms, but not too long. So let's use another cylinder for the arms, and then on the bottom we'll just add some spheres to make the little feeties. So this is the floor. Put that on the bottom. Okay, I'll validate that. So we'll add 2 cylinders, and these will be mirrored. We'll bring them up to the front. I could always do this with spheres too, but okay, so I'll just solo so you can kind of see what I'm doing. So I'm going to tap Gizmo and then use Radius so I can make the bottom part a little bit smaller. Top part might be actually pretty good. So we just want something like that. Okay. So I'll unsolo it and then use the Gizmo and just kind of stretch them. Angle them towards each other. Okay, I think it would be something like that. Let's move the cylinder down a bit. Down a scotch. Let's stretch the legs out a little bit. Maybe even bring them out a little bit more in the front. I want to make sure he has a nice profile. She has a nice profile. So I'm just trying to think of, like, when I'm drawing, like, where they would be exactly. Okay, there's a decent amount of space there. That looks pretty good. So the only thing that looks weird now is this section. The sphere that's the body. So I'm just going to validate that, and I'm just going to move it from the front. I'll make sure I have symmetry on. So I think I just want the legs to be showing. There's nothing else showing in the artwork. Okay. Maybe we'll just, using move, just bring this down. And the reason why I do this is I just like to I just want to give her like a base. Because it helps me to figure out, you know, where different parts of her body is. I feel like it would be a little bit. Yeah, that feels all right. So let me save this. So next, let's use the 2 little front paws. And we have to make sure that we clone this because we can use them for the back paws as well. So cheek, snoot, mirror. So these are the legs. So let's add spheres. Let's bring them out and mirror, shrink, separate them a little bit, and then bring them down. We'll just use the ground because obviously, well, they're going to be a little bit flatter. This. Bring them into place. And the front little paws are small, so you can make these pretty small. And they're sort of facing each other. So I think something like that works. Let's make the legs a little bit longer so they kind of go into the ground. Although I might smooth out the back. That will probably look better for them. And I might put a little, let's validate the legs. They look a little chunky as compared to the artwork. I think I want to push them a little bit. And I think I might want to push them toward each other a little bit. No, they don't really need that. Something looks funny about them. Let's see if that helps. Sometimes it's weird little details like that. I think that actually looks a bit better. Kind of like that. And since they're touching, it might actually be easier to do one leg and then just mirror it. Let's make those a little cuter. So I think something like that. Okay. So I'm going to smooth out the back of these. And actually I think I might do one leg and then clone it. So we'll do the cylinder and the sphere. I'm just going to get rid of one of these mirrors. That way we only have one, and we can make sure that this looks good before we move on. So I think I should make it a little bit smaller at the heel. Should have done it when I still had the little nodes, but that's okay. Bring the foot out a little bit more. I think that's pretty good. And if you want, you can, let's validate, you can kind of drag the little round part to kind of be more on the leg. And actually we should drag this down. There we go. So now I'm just going to validate these two. Let's save first. validate / remesh. I'll do it at 250 so it keeps most of the shape. And we can smooth it out. And it's one piece, so I think it'll look pretty good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So now that we did that, and actually we should do the other details since we're here, and I also forgot to do the back ones. But that's okay. There's a few other things that I should have done with this. For example, I don't like leaving that there. So I want to make sure I trim these two. And I should have been working in orthographic the whole time. But that probably didn't do me any favors. So I'll go ahead and trim that. So that should be, oops, that should be good. And I'm just going to voxel remesh it again. And I'll just smooth the bottom out some. So it's nice and clean. And he has 2 marks, or she, keep saying he. So usually when something has 2 marks, I try to start from the middle. I don't think symmetry will help me. Maybe it will. It's pretty good. I think that looks a bit better. So let's bring, this is the leg. Let's bring it back into this mirror. So now we have 2, and then we can kind of see if we want to. Let's bake it. So that should make this go straight. If I go pivot, reset, pivot. Perfect. So if we're on the leg, it should act like a mirror. Yeah, there we go. So we can sort of adjust until it's exactly the way we want it. I'm going to bake that. So the reason why I keep baking it is now, since I have them the orientation that I like, baking it is sort of the same as doing a line. So if I go like this and I want to move it out, I could press a line. So then I could do that. Or I could bake it and I'd be able to do the same thing. But the reason why I'm baking it is because, like, it's not like I'm going to move it back. Like, I want it to be the permanent forward. So just bake it. Let's bring this up a little bit. Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe I'll move them down because I like it to go just into the mesh to get rid of that, like, I don't know, I feel like the mesh always looks weird right at the bottom. So I always put it into whatever the floor is, just a little bit. Okay, so for the rest of the feet, so these are the legs, good, good. Let's go to body again and just do another sphere with a mirror. And of course, we can't really see what's going on, but having drawn animals, we know that it's going to be something like this. Squash them together and then tilt them outwards. Tilt them a little bit like this, maybe tilt them forward. It's usually how it's done. But I feel like she's probably not so wide. So let's move this in a bit. Maybe something like that. I think that looks pretty good. So for these, I can probably validate them. I think they look pretty good. And I don't want to spend too much time on them because I tend to do that often. She's still fairly wide. I don't want her to be. And maybe I'll tilt this down a little bit more and tilt that in and move them a little closer. That feels a bit better. Okay, so now these are the thighs. I'm just going to validate them, join children, and make those the thighs. And then I'm going to do pretty much the same thing we did for the front feet. We'll just use spheres, but they're a little bigger in the back, it looks like. Flatten them up a little bit. Kind of move them into space. Now they're a bit underneath her. Tilt them. Okay, I think something like that. Let's take another look at the back legs. Or feet, the feeties. I feel like I want them in a little bit more. Maybe I'll widen them a little bit. Okay, that feels right. Doesn't feel wrong. Okay, so I think that looks pretty good. I think they're a good distance. If anything, I might bring them up a little bit. Okay, so these are the feeties, I believe. Rear feeties. And the thighs. So now I just have them both selected so we can sort of, I always like to kind of audition, make sure I don't want them a little bit bigger or a little bit closer. Oh, you know what? I should join them. That way I can utilize the symmetry. I think that looks pretty good, actually. But I think maybe I hope you can't hear my stomach. So let's separate. They look pretty good, so we'll separate. Okay, the top two are the feeties. I think I might just want them a little bit. Let's join the feet. Let's make sure that they're doing what they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I just want to widen them a little bit. I think. Yeah, that feels better. And also I want to flatten out. Let's join the thighs. So let's join the thighs. And solo them. Because I think I just want to flatten out the insides. Whoop, let's hit symmetry. Flatten out the insides a bit, smooth it out. Yeah, that feels a bit better. Just so there's a little bit of, so it's not just like a round thing. Okay. So maybe we should just take all of these and the body and voxel remesh it together. Let's save. So let's voxel remesh it together. Again, we'll do about 250. So now with symmetry, I'm going to smooth her little butt area. I don't mind that. Smooth this. I think it looks good. I don't mind any of that. Don't mind if it's round back here. I think it looks pretty good. So now let's do crease and same thing. Let's not solo it. Do we want symmetry? What happens? Okay, so it's just both sides. So we'll do one here. Oh, but that looks terrible. That looks a bit better. So let's solo. Let's do another one here. Okay, so now let's trim whatever's underneath this. So we'll use the rectangle, trim and the rectangle. So we'll do it a little bit lower. And then solo, and after I trim, I usually voxel remesh again. So I'll just voxel remesh at 250 again. And if I could do this all over again, I'd probably just do the trim first and then do the details, but that's okay. I'll just redo the details. Smooth out the bottom. Keep it nice and clean on the bottom. Smooth this out. Make sure symmetry's on. Okay, looks good. Okay, the arms look like they're a little too far apart, but that should be an easy fix. Yeah, there we go. Maybe I'll flatten on the body. Maybe I'll flatten underneath here a little bit. Not that it really needs it, but just a different little plane, little angle there. I think I like it. Okay, so we have the little... So that's pretty much it for the tail. I think we can just use a sphere. Keep it in the middle for now. Tail's quite big. It's about the size of his head, her head. So let's just validate it, and then let's use drag. Maybe we'll try drag first. Turn symmetry on. So I do want to make this sharp, but I think I can do that with flatten. Smooth this out a bit. It gives it a little texture too. So that might be okay. But I still have to figure out kind of how I want it. Because I could always take drag and then just really pull it to make it a little bit sharper. But I think the blocking is pretty decent for now. Also, I might pose like this, and I might turn the head a little bit, turn the tail a little bit. So we'll see. But now for this face. Let's do layer. Sub. There we go. Okay, so now it's it gets kind of tricky. Because you kind of have to figure out how you want the eyes to look. Okay, I think that's pretty good, actually. And part of me wants to remesh the head and there's a lot of space there, but I guess that's the character. So let's take the head and the cheeks. Let's give the cheeks its own mirror. We'll go ahead and validate that, join children. So these are the cheeks and the head. Let's save and let's remesh this together. You know what, we'll stick with 250. Okay, now let's just smooth. See how we're looking. Make sure your symmetry's on so you're smoothing both sides at once. You essentially don't want any of the lines from the cheeks, or at least not really. Soften this up a bit. Looks pretty good. This would be the line for the mouth. There's a little bit of a chin there that actually works, I think. But I do want to make the eyes just to make sure that they look good. So we'll do a sphere. So we'll bring it out so you can see what I'm doing. And they're not exactly, they're more like, they're ovals. So we kind of have to oval out the eyes, flatten it like that. Makes it a little tricky, but I think we'll be able to work it out. So let's shrink, separate. I should do that again. The video is going to be bad. It's nice when I make the videos and I can like drag like a piece. I'll show you. So this will definitely be on the video. I don't really get them right, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I do think about how I'm going to edit all this stuff when I'm creating nowadays. I'm always thinking about what the edit is going to look like. Not always, but a lot of the times. So now it's just a matter of placing them on the surface and in just enough. So it takes a little bit of practice. Eyes are pretty wide, are pretty big. So it is kind of tricky to just adjust them. See, I feel like something like that looks pretty good. But you have to push them into the skin enough. And that's kind of when it can be tricky. But that looks pretty good. Yeah, that might work. We'll make them a little bit bigger. Maybe a little bit smaller. So that feels like it works pretty good, pretty well. So I'm just kind of tilting it just to make sure that it's even. But that looks good. There we go. I think I like it pretty close to where the nose will be. I think I like that. And I want to adjust this. So we can, do I want to validate them yet? So these are the eyes. Yeah, we can validate them. So let's make this the eyes, but then let's clone and make this, we'll just leave it cloned for now and hide it. I'm not sure how I'm going to do the eyes. I might do the 3-layered eyes, but I'm not certain just yet. But I do want to take, maybe drag and adjust this, because sometimes when this line kind of cuts in the way it does, it sort of can make them look a bit angry, like your characters. But the more you sort of like arch this, that goes away. When I do it this way, it feels like the eyes should be taller. But I don't know if I want to make them taller. All right, that actually looks better. Got to use symmetry since I validated. And again, I want to make sure that they're even. That feels better. That feels pretty good. I'm happy with that. It looks pretty even. See, it's not sticking out too much anywhere. So just take your time with it. It takes a long time to do, honestly, and you can't really, there's no tricks to it. So you just gotta make it work. So let's see if this thing works. Let's save. So now that I'm happy with that, let's take the head and the snoot. Well, first let's validate the snoot, join children, and then take the head. Let me save it again, just in case there's a crash or something, so I don't have to redo too many steps. So we'll remesh that together, and then we'll just smooth it and make it part of the character. Okay, I can probably smooth it more. It doesn't have to be that well defined. Okay, I think that looks good. So now for the mouth, I think we'll do an open mouth. Maybe, we'll see. We want something like that. And for the bottom part, let's do layer and sub. And we can raise the intensity on the layer, since, we do want the mouth to have some depth. Wish I could see the drawing right now, but I think something like that. And then you just keep going. Give that mouth some depth. Take a look. I might have to use drag in the sides a little bit, but that's okay. For now, I just want to, I wonder if I could use, this is an easier way to do it. Well, let's try it. Let's use mask. And now that we have it kind of in there a little bit, we can mask this. Like so. And I think we can just invert it. Oh no, not invert it. Do I want to invert it? Yes, invert it. I got confused because of the eyes. Then use the gizmo, and you can push this back, and we have the depth that we need. So now I'm just going to clear the mask, and then remesh. Do I want to remesh now? Yeah, let's remesh. So let's save, and then we'll remesh at 250. That should solidify up the mouth a bit more. And we're going to have to obviously clean this up a lot, but that's okay. That's the name of the game. So we just smooth all that out in there. Smooth this out too. Okay, so I might have to mask off the top, we'll see. But using drag and really small, I just want to see if I can really get this smile going. If you notice on the drawing, it's sort of pinched in. The bottom part is actually underneath the snoot a little bit, so I did sort of make a mistake there, which I might be able to correct. Let's take the mask, let's take a select mask and the lasso. So I'm going to protect all of this. And then I want to take move and kind of make the mouth a little bit smaller. Maybe I'll even push it in a little bit. That looks a little better. So let's clear the mask. That looks a bit better. I'll use drag on the little nose piece. It's not bad. All right, let's remesh it. Let's smooth all this out. Hopefully it smooths out nicely. All right, let's see. Hopefully we can use the crease. Okay. Okay, I kind of want to make this a little bit, I just kind of want to clean that up a little bit, so maybe I'll use layer with the sub and just sort of clean that up a little bit. Let's use clay and sub. Clay. Whoop. And then just sort of give myself some space in there. Okay, there we go. I think that looks okay. And I might want to just trim some of this as well a little bit. Maybe I'll use drag. Okay, let's voxel remesh it again. Smooth out. Smooth this out too. Smooth out inside here. Not that anyone's going to really ever look in here, but there we go. It's not bad. Okay, so I do want to add, usually when I do a mouth like this, I usually add kind of like a lip. Otherwise, it just kind of looks funny. So let's see if I can get it to not look funny. just kind of cute and round. Something like that. Let's voxel remesh it again, just to solidify it, otherwise we'll lose too much of the shape if I just smooth it. There we go, just to have that little bit where the light hits it makes a big difference, at least to me. And if you want, you can maybe flatten. Maybe flatten the top of it. You can pinch. Whoop. Why do all the tools have the stroke on? Pinch will really give you that nice look. All right, let's save and let's throw a little tongue in there. So add sphere. Hopefully I'll be able to line this up so it goes straight in. It sounds weird. Talking about this poor little character. All right. Okay, that's pretty good. It doesn't really need to be too crazy. You're not going to see it that much. I think it's lined up pretty well. There we go. It's nice. Put it down a little bit further back. Make it a little smaller. Yeah, I think that works. I think that works. Happy with it. Okay, so for this, it's a little tricky with these little wisps, but I think I might try something a little unorthodox. I think I might try a layer, just regular. Oh, this stuff gets on my screen all the time. Okay, so I'm on here, and the only thing that I did is, I can't remember if I did it. So voxel remesh your your Taurus at 250. So I think that's the only thing I did. So I did some little trials before coming back. So voxel remesh this at 250, and let's try layer. And I think this actually looks kind of cool. So my intensity is at like 26, so it's not that high, but it is high. It does make a decent layer. So I'm just going to try to make these shapes. So he kind of has like a one here that would go all the way down. So something like that. But then there's like two on the side. So I want to make, kind of want to do two on the side like that. Shame I couldn't get them sharper, but that's okay. So now there's some more over here, so I'm just going to kind of do some shapes like this. And maybe I'll do another one here. Like that. And the cool thing is you can also add a shape on top as well. Just as long as you don't, pick the thing up. So that's kind of interesting. And maybe there's one in the back. Make it a little more simple back here. So we'll do something like that. Maybe we'll add something like that to the back. And we can add more as we go, but I think this is a good place to kind of start. Okay, so I think I want to voxel remesh this at 250. Just try to solidify it a little bit. So obviously there's two ways that I wanted to try to do the little wisps. You can just drag them off, or you could use cones. Cones is a little trickier, so I'm going to see if I can drag them off first. And just see if it looks any good. It's not bad. Let's smooth and see how it looks. It's not terrible. So that would be nice if we could do it this way. I guess they would be kind of going towards each other. So I'm just trying to keep these nice lines. That looks pretty good, actually. I'm going to smooth that in softly. Yeah, that's actually not bad. So let's just do these to the ones we have. Sort of just pull them off a bit. Even here, let's see if we can pull this off a little bit. It's a little harder. It's a little harder with the ones on top. This a little bigger, maybe. Okay, I mean, it looks all right. Okay, so let's use crease. So we kind of have to we have to stop it from looking like a torus. I think that's the trickiest part. Originally I was thinking I could just use crease to kind of make these sections. It's actually not terrible. Bring them all the way up. Let's see what happens if we try to trace along the edge of this and maybe come out. It's actually not terrible. So let's see if we can just kind of continue that. So we're just using crease and tracing along the edge, but then kind of go in our own direction. Yeah, it's kind of nice when you just continue over it, and it really breaks the straight lines from the torus. It's not perfect, but it's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. And I also want to move this all in because it should be right up against his skin or her skin. I think I give up on, I shouldn't give up. I should continue to make corrections. So this is actually not terrible. I wasn't sure how it was going to work. And let's just say I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I wish I could get this flattened underneath though. Crease works well. It actually works nice to like straighten them out too. Okay. All right. I mean, not too terrible. I'm going to voxel remesh this. And do I want to pinch some of these? Maybe we'll just have a pinch party. Sort of clean this up a little bit. It's actually doing a decent job of cleaning it up and making it look a lot cleaner than what I did.
What's up guys, don't forget to give me a like, really helps my channel out. I appreciate the support. Back to the video.
Oh, these look rough back here. I feel like this needs to be smoothed out. Definitely don't want to see any of that. Oh, for a second I was like, did I hit record? Because sometimes you just never know. Okay, it's actually not too bad. I'm impressed with how well the tools work. Thought I was going to talk about myself, huh? All right, so let's do this. So now using crease, but sub, let's just make some make it look like we know what we're doing. And these just make some nice waves. They should keep what we did from looking too fake, or not fake, but it should just help to make everything look cohesive. This one looks really... which I think it actually does very well. Very impressed. Sometimes you may have to unsub and fix some of those. Also notice sometimes I do like this. I don't just do them straight. I may start in the middle and then like go off to the sides or something like that. Maybe not for this one though. All right. I think it looks actually decent. I'm very surprised. Now I would like a couple more of those little pieces. So maybe I'll just use cone. Let me save this. Snap. So it's pointing down. Mirror it. Flatten it up a bit. Make it smaller. Validate. And then I'm just going to do move. We don't need symmetry, I don't think. Just push. You can take it off snap. And then just maybe figure out where I want. I think something like that, right? Maybe a little higher. Let's take move and all right, I'm gonna clay the rest of this away. I only really want this part. So I'm gonna use drag. And I still want it to look like it's maybe coming from like in between. Maybe I'll use flatten to kind of help me out with that. It's not bad. It's Not terrible. Okay, so now these ears. Yeah, I guess they're going in. I kind of wanted to do a puff of them going out, but maybe layer is the best thing to... Let's see. How's the mirror doing? Oh, it's still good. Maybe I want to voxel remesh this at like 250. And maybe we'll just use layer. Without pulling the Apple Pencil off of the screen, or your stylish, I should say. Okay, maybe I'll do one more. Right? I think that's pretty much it. I'll voxel remesh it again, just to kind of solidify it, smooth it a little bit. Wait, are these not together? Validate, join children. No, it's okay. All right, so let's pinch. I want to pinch what we've done, pinch the edges, just to kind of clean them up. I could lay a color in there, but it might be better to just stretch a sphere or something in there, or even a plane. That might actually be better. Or I could just color it. I don't know yet. All right, let's make the little nose and these little eye things. Excuse me. So for the little nose, what are these eyes? Oh, I can delete these. I can delete those other eyes because now we have two pairs of eyes. I'll clone these eyes and hide them. So for the nose, I guess we can just use, I think, a cylinder. We'll snap 90 degrees this way. And then I'm going to clone it. Hide one. We'll make the other ones the eye dots, those little things here. So for this one, let's validate, and then we want to, with symmetry, we want to do this and the green again, I think. Yep. Move or drag. We want to use symmetry. And we just want to make a little nose. Very small. Tiny little nose. I guess I should have made it closer to begin with. Like that. Maybe I'll use my round edge brush. But if you don't have that, you can just smooth it all out. That's all it does. That looks good. I'm going to voxel remesh it a little bit higher, maybe like 200. And you can smooth it out again. And I actually don't know if I want it. I'll use flatten. I don't know how sharp I want the edges to be. know how. It's really too small to tell. I mean, this looks decent, but should make it really thin to do this kind of stuff. And then I should move it out once I'm done. Let's flatten this. That nice and flat up here too. Smooth it out a little bit. Around the edge a little bit. All right, that's decent enough. I'm actually going to expand it a little bit. That'll just make it easier when I set it. It's very tiny little nose. I think something like that. Oh, looks like it's a little low. Take off snap. I think that's good. Could possibly flatten a little bit. Let's take it off of the green one. Could flatten it a little bit this way. Have a little bend in the nose. I think that looks good. It'll be colored anyway. Do a little pinch action. All right, now let's go back to the other one. So this is the nose. Go back to this cylinder. I want to mirror it, and we'll use the gizmo to just kind of bring it up. Now I might actually change these. I don't know if I'm going to use these, but because I don't actually know if they're there. But I always make them in my characters anyway. And since I'm making this, I can do what I want. It's the beauty of it. I'll validate that. And now with move, let's just make somewhat nice and organic shape. And just make it smaller. It's not bad. The shape is a little off, so I'll just use my move tool. To move it around. Give it a little smooth. I think that's cute. See if I can crease. Whoop. Oh, that doesn't look good at all. I wonder if I can layer this, create more of a separation here. It's a little bit better. I just want to make sure that I can have this crease area here. I want it to be nice and smooth. Another little trick, I guess I could go like this as well. Look, just use clay and add a little bit here. That'll sort of organically make that line. Okay, it's not bad. Not bad. That little crease still does bug me. So you know what? If I have to remesh this again, I will. See if I can use drag. Oh, that's better. I think. Drag is pretty good. I'm going to try to use clay and sub and get rid of this. And just let that be like a depression. Let's see how it smooths. It was not bad. So drag actually helped dragging that up like that. I think it looks a lot better. Smooth the inside of the mouth. Maybe I'll use crease and sub to create these lines again. Pinch. Just to create that like little bit of difference. I like that. I'm cool with that. Smoothed out pretty good. It's a little messy. It's a little bumpy here. But overall, I'm okay with it. It's not bad. Not bad from the side. Side views, all right. Okay, what's next? What is next? The eyes. Oh, the tail. Forgot all about the tail. Might be a little big. Okay, so tail, tail, tail. Oh, you know what we should do for the tail? We should use crease and sub. That's what we should do. And just make it really simple. Maybe I'll take it off sub for, oh, I don't know. Oh, I guess it's just going to be, oh, not take it off sub. I meant take it off symmetry. So something like this. And then hopefully pinch can maybe I can even drag off the end a little bit. Doesn't need to be much, but I want to pay attention to these lines so it looks as natural as it can look. Also, maybe I won't use symmetry. I want the tail to be puffy until it gets to the end. It's not bad. Smooth out the tail a little bit. And maybe I'll do crease with sub again. To try to tie it back in. All right, let's voxel remesh this. Since that's, oh, okay, so maybe we need to subdivide it first. I'll subdivide it twice. Then I'll voxel remesh. It'll be high, but clean. Clean, clean, clean. That's what I wanted, something like that. Okay, good. Pinch. I think that looks pretty good. Smooth it a bit. Doesn't actually have to be that hard looking. Should be more like a tail. And I can't really see how it's connected to his body, but I think I just want all this to be like flat. Even his little butt. I don't want to solo it. Yeah, I just want it all to be like sitting. And I want to make sure the tail looks nice and like puffy. There we go. Let's see what's in the backyard. Oh, I don't see anything. That means it's probably a little mouse. Can't see a thing. Feels like it. I don't know. It feels like that looks like it's kind of moving, right? Probably not. Earlier I saw a raccoon and then I saw a cat. So, oh well. Let's see if there's anything on the playback. 2:14, 8 seconds. Oh, I don't see anything. Okay, I like the tail. I'm digging the tail. Alright, so let's save. And let's... Okay, what else? Oh, the head thing. I still have to do the flowers. The flowers. And the little head things, but I think those I can just drag out. But should I do the flowers first? Oh, what's the sphere? Oh, this is the tail. Cone. Validate join. So this is part of the main. So I'm just going to join that. Body, ears, nose, cylinder. What's that? Oh, these are the eye dots. So I'm going to join those. All these little tiny pieces, later on we could validate this as the tongue, decimate them too. Tongue, legs. Oh, these are the legs. Validate, join children, legs. Okay, body, tail. Ears on top of the head. Okay, I think all this is looking good. Eye dots. And these are the other eyes. Okay, so for let me save. So for flowers, we got to make these really simple. So I think I want to do cylinders. We'll flatten them. And I think we'll make one shape. We'll validate it. Oops. I'm going to remesh it so it's a little stronger. Use the round edge brush so it doesn't look so ugly. Alright, so now let's make the first shape. So I'm going to use move. And this image is looking good, but we want to do I want to do that? The green as well. I think we want to do the green. We want to turn symmetry on. Okay, so this is pretty much what we want. Nice and round on this edge. Something like that, maybe even a little bit. Looks good before. That's good. So I'm going to take the green off, and I think I want to push it down. Although I kind of want to push it down, but then like outwards. Because this part kind of like curls up. I'll take drag and like pull this little part up. Right? I feel like that's what it's doing. Okay, I feel like it's something like that. Maybe it's a little... Smooth this out some. Okay, so now that we have that, or some sort of shape, sort of like this, should I, let's, since we're here, let's just do crease and sub, and let's solo it. Let's put some creases on this side. I don't know what the best, it's kind of pretty. It looks kind of flowery. So I'll unsolo it. Maybe we want to do some regular creases on this side. Doesn't really matter. Alright, so let's add a mirror to this. Or not a mirror, a radial. 5. And then we have to go back to the radial and tap the cylinder and the gizmo. That way we can move them out from each other. Like this. So let's take move and make them a little thinner. Choose one and make it a little thinner. And I feel like we need to actually tilt them. Yeah, a bit like that. Ooh, do I not have the right one? Something like that actually looks good. Okay, so that's pretty good. Can't really tell what's in the center, so we'll just make that we'll make it a sphere. We'll validate that little sphere. Make it a little bit bigger. Okay, so I'll put the radial in the sphere. This will be flower A. It's way too big. Whoop. Probably should have colored it first, but that's okay. I think it should be fairly easy to color. All right, let's tilt this thing. That looks believable. I'm going to validate this. And I'm just going to, I don't need to decimate it now. I can decimate it later. Let's see how it looks when I decimate it. Oh, it still looks fine. Oh, the radial is quite big. Decimate it again. Keep it at 44 for now, because I do have to clone for the other flower. Maybe we'll turn it. We have to just figure out a way to nestle them together. Okay. But one is behind the other. Maybe it has to be touching the head. So, okay, so I think for these other pieces, maybe I just manually push them out of the way. Can lift it up there, but then push it out of the way here. Okay, that's passable. I'll lift this up, sort of like, don't come through. I gotta clay that away so it stops poking up. Okay. That actually looks all right. Then there's these little, 3 other little flowers. It's best not to think about what you have to do and just start. So let's add, did I use a sphere? Oh, I used a cylinder, didn't I? Let's use a box for these. Let's live dangerously. They're kind of boxy. So we'll validate, we'll use our rounded edge, maybe even voxel merge this really low. Do some more. Maybe take move and then just like puff out one side. Bring that side in. That's good enough, I think. We'll drag that out a little bit, maybe. Move the whole thing down a little bit. And then we'll add a radial to it again. And then go to the box. Actually like that. So I want to take each one, I want to take one of them and kind of get rid of the ends. And you know what else we can do for this? Let's clone this box. Let's move it up. We'll shrink it like this. Make it smaller. Whoop. I'm gonna move them in towards each other. Give it some size, and then we'll move the whole thing down. The only difference, I wonder if I can, that's the only difference, that the middle was thicker on these. But I think that's actually pretty good. If I voxel remesh this, let's take this box out and add its own radial. And then validate that. And then voxel remesh it. And then we can use round edge or just a regular smooth. I mean, it looks like the drawing. Let me push that down in the middle. Oh, that got really weird real quick. Why does it look so weird? All right, quick executive decision. So we'll use the same thing, but I'm just going to do it a little bit cuter. Let's validate. Symmetry's on. Just bring that a little closer. Hit it with a radial. And then go to the cylinder gizmo. Why can't I? There we go. That's all I wanted. I think that looks much cuter, much more cute. All right, so this will be flower 2, flower little. Okay. Okay, so there's 3 of these little guys. Might as well go ahead and clone it. I'm going to clone it all 3 times, otherwise I'll forget. Okay, so let's shrink it. I think that works. I think that works. Hopefully. Yeah, it's not touching anything weird. Oh, it's not really on the head though. Dang. We'll make it smaller. Tilt it a little more to camera. Oh, that works as on the head. So there's one there. I should probably just clone this one instead of the other ones. I just wanted to spin it around a little bit so it's not in the exact same position as the other one. Okay, I think that looks pretty good actually. Let's take move and just move this leaf out of the way. Looks good. And maybe we'll move this, take symmetry off. Move this leaf up a little bit. Okay, and there's another one behind. So maybe we'll take one of my other ones here. Looks all right. Nothing egregious. I'll just kind of shift this a little bit. Okay, so the little flowers I want to join together. We have another one, so maybe I'll just put it Stop crying, baby. Oh, I forgot those little things that go up. Let's do that now. So we'll take drag and so they would kind of be here. Let's get off symmetry. So kind of like that. That one actually worked out pretty well. If I don't say so myself, or if I do say so myself. Probably could have made it a little further back. But now I think I might be stuck with it. Am I doing them in the right direction? I don't think I am. I should just start that again. And you know what else I should do? I should hide the flowers. No, I can't hide the flowers because then I won't be able to see where they are. All right, so let's do one back here. All right, I think I'm going to flatten the fronts of these. And maybe I'll even use crease with sub. Just to give them a little oomph. Okay, I think I buy that. All right, so there are little leaves that I wish I didn't have to make. because everything is just so delicate. Let's save. And it's 2:44 already. I mean, I really have an issue. I haven't even done the eyes yet. Let's bring the nose up so it doesn't get lost in all these flowers. So let's do the leaves. Maybe I'll just do cylinders or spheres. I'll just kind of do the same thing and just sort of shape the leaves a little bit. Okay, I think that works. There's a leaf. All right, I'm going to clone, and that's when I'll start kind of putting this somewhere. I don't really know where. Okay, that's good. I'm going to clone it. I'll probably do this to all of them just to kind of fill the space a little bit. And actually, I might as well join these and then clone. Just make a nice little duo. Now it's just a matter of fighting the gizmo to put the leaves where you want them. Okay, clone. Let's try this again. How did you get all the way over here? Maybe I should just do a line. A line might be a bit easier. It's not bad. me just move these around a little bit. Okay, let's take this one, and I feel like I need to make like finish off the crown, like a way that they could all be connected. Obviously I don't see it in the artwork, but it would need a way to like stay on her head. And that's the only way I feel like it could. Let me bake this. See if this even helps. I don't think it will. Okay. Join this. Maybe I can just clone these. I'm going to adjust the pivot. There we go. It's a little bit better. Okay, I just want these to be like touching. That's all I want. They don't have to be perfect. Clone. Oop. Okay, let's move these so they're under the flowers. Flowers get priority. Maybe we'll clone these two. Yeah, just fighting the gizmo. That's the hardest part of this. There's probably an easier way to do it, but... Okay, so the little crown is done. Crown of leaves. And now just the eyes. So let's go to Lit PBR. These are all the leaves. You can join them. Let's save. And I like to make everything matte. Except for the eyes right now. Just always think that looks a lot better. Let's move this back a bit. Okay, so the eyes. Now let's get rid of that. We'll add a light. Soft shadows. That looks weird. That looks creepy. But I feel like I did everything. Maybe I can make the eyes a little bit smaller, maybe? Maybe it's just the character. I don't know. Anyway, let's so this one's the key light. Then we'll add a fill light. Oop. Point light over here. Fill on that side. We'll make it keep it dark, a little bit darker. Take it off. Oh yeah, I think I have to change a little bit the eyes with perspective off. That's a good view right there. Let's save this. There's one. This one will be the edge. Spotlight. Soft. Let's look at our view. Brighten this up a bit. Okay, and let's give her a nice top down. Cool. Soften these as well. All right, let's turn the environment back on. Turn it down. All right, let's see what it looks like with post-process. Turn depth of field off. I think it actually looks all right. Okay, that looks looking decent. Sometimes this off, when it's all white, I turn this off, it looks better. Wait, all this other stuff is off? That's weird. Why would that be off? All the flowers. Let's move this so I can look at it when I need to. That feels like it's the color right there. It feels like the color. Little tongue. You can't even really see, unfortunately. Little nose. Looks like it's like just black. Same as these. All right, the base of these flowers are pink. They're a little bit of a brighter pink. But you know what? Let's okay. These flowers are white. Might as well link them all. give them a little bit of a yellow color. Flower little, flower little, flower little, flower little. And these can be that. What is going on in there? I feel like this tongue is way too glossy. It's also a bit strange that there's dark and no gloss. There's nothing I hate more than like light on the inside of the mouth. It makes no sense to me. But maybe it's just because I don't have post-process on. That's probably what it is. Nonetheless, give it a nice blackout because it bugs me. No, it is on post-process, isn't it? It is. Why is bloom not on? That's so strange. Let's see what's outside. Probably nothing. I think I might do, oh, little mousy. That's what it was. We'll do a nice little snap. I mean tube. Oh no. The mirror's off. No. It's okay. Let's just spline this. Unsnap it. Where are you going? Bring this off. Make that a hard line, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, let's make it a hard line. Make this a little thicker. Interesting. A little mouse was on my windowsill the other day, which was odd. I don't know what it was looking for up there in broad daylight. Okay, that looks good. No rough, no gloss. I feel like I'm gonna have to place it manually. So I'll clone it. World, flip object. Okay, a little better.
It's never easy to manually replace eyelashes.
And that actually wasn't so bad. So I definitely have to fix these eyes because they stick out too much. That bugs me. Okay, so I have to go with my own eyes, and I need to dig more into the head in order to make them work. And I actually did a lot of steps before this. I had the head turned, I did eyes, but I don't think I'm going to include any of that. I think I'm going to cut it all. I had to turn the head back so I can use symmetry. It was a mess, but that's okay. So I think I want to try mask on the head. And I think I want to draw the eye, because I think I can just have more control than layer. Even though I like doing it with a layer, it's more fun. But I think this is more efficient. Okay, that actually looks good. So now I will go to the mask and invert, gizmo, and just push this back. Okay, that looks good. So I'll get rid of the mask and just smooth this out a little bit. Ooh. It's quite soft. So if anything, I can make the mask a little smaller maybe. It's an easy fix. So maybe something like that, and let's take some off of here as well. Okay, so we'll invert, do the same exact thing. Go with the mask. I could remesh the head to kind of hold that shape. Let's see what the smooth does. It moves it a lot. But I think this is okay, actually. I think that's okay. Don't really have to worry about the inside too much, but we'll smooth it out a little bit. right, so now let's add some spheres. The other eyes looked so bad, I don't even want to show you. I mean, they were okay, but okay is never good enough for me. So we'll mirror, stretch them a little bit. So I'm just pushing them so the eye will be more flat. Now I'm just sort of adjusting it so it fits right in those crevasses. Might even make it go a little bit over the edge. That way it's nice and clear. That works well. Okay, these are much better. They're inset more. I'll just have to get rid of the insides a little bit because they're very big. So this should be pretty simple. Again, I'll just have to adjust manually the other side. You should be able to just use symmetry and it should look good. And me, as a dum-dum, I messed it up for myself, so it's going to be a little more difficult. All right, so I probably don't even really need this mirror. I can validate it and call these eye whites. And I'm going to move it up to the top just so I don't get confused. So now I'm going to clone the eye whites and name this Iris. And then I'm going to clone Iris and name this... Well, actually, I'll just wait because I'll clone the Iris once we change the size and stuff. So I'll bring the eyes out and I'm going to adjust the color. I'm going to make it a little bit lighter than the artwork. And then I'm just going to shrink. I'll bring it out a little bit more and shrink them a little bit more. Okay. I think I have to use symmetry. You shouldn't, I mean, you can actually, yeah, if you validated the layer and you just have one, then you have to use symmetry. If you're still doing it with the mirror, you wouldn't have to. Like if it was in a mirror, you could just move it underneath the mirror. But symmetry is just the same thing, so it acts kind of like the mirror act. That's another issue with validating is you get this. Since they were touching, it gets really weird. But I don't think I need them out that far, so I think it'll be fine. Because I think even something like this looks pretty good, and it actually looks fairly. No, see that it's off. See how mine's off. It's unfortunate. I might be able to take it off symmetry and make it straight. That might be useful. It's kind of hard to tell when it's perfectly straight though. That feels kind of straight, right? Because it's not only left and right, it's like this as well. Kind of makes it very difficult. That's okay. So for me, I'm just going to trim one. I'm going to I want to let me trim again. Oh, I think it's because it's symmetry. Yeah, so for me, it's easier to work with one side and then flip it and adjust it. But you should be able to just do it with symmetry. You should be fine. And worst case scenario, just make a new sphere, flatten it, and you can go from there. I think even if I do that, it'll still be off because I didn't center the head perfectly with the world. But, you know, that's okay. You know, you live and you learn. But I think something like that looks really good. I like the size of it. I think it looks great. So I'm just going to clone this and bring it over. And you know what? I'm going to flip it. I'm going to flip it and try to do the same thing on this side. I shouldn't have to change the size though. I should figure out that's decent. That's decent. It's pretty decent. They look like they match up pretty well. This might be a skosh inwards a little bit. But all in all, I think that looks pretty good. So now I'm going to use these. So we have both of these irises. And again, I have to do it manually. So I'm going to clone this one. And this is going to be P1, which is the pupil. Which side is this? Okay, so it's that side. I'm just going to color it black, even though I might not be able to see it. And then we'll take the gizmo. We see it flip sometimes. Take the gizmo and move it out. Make it much smaller. Oh, I should trim this stupid thing. It's bugging me. I'm just going to use a new sphere. Flatten it. So we'll see how this does. It's a little bit more annoying because I have to do all this stuff again. It actually might not be worth it, I'm not sure. It might be more trouble than it's worth. But hopefully you kind of get the essence of what I'm doing. It's pretty good, actually. Surprisingly. Try making it a little thinner. Let's take a look at the reference. Okay, if I'm going by the reference, they would actually be a lot smaller and more directly in the middle. Actually looks okay. But I don't know which one I like best yet. I don't know. Wish I could see both at the same time. If I mirror, it's still a bit weird, unfortunately. But I think this looks good. So I'm just gonna clone it and then let me save. And I'll move it over. And I'll adjust it to this eye. So yeah, this is why I always say to like keep everything straight, because the symmetry is so helpful. It really makes such a big difference. Oh, that might be okay, actually. Look closer to the center. Size is pretty good. That's all right. Why do I feel like there's more red here than there is here? Why is that? I think it's just the eye. Yeah, this eye is closer. It's the white part of the eye I'm noticing. That's what it is. So I'm going to take it off symmetry, and I think I'm just going to maybe smooth this. Ooh, no, maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to use move. Now you shouldn't have to do this, but I'm just noticing that there's more red. So first I'm just going to bring it up a little bit to get rid of some of that red. And keep that round. It looks good, but there's still more on this side, so I'm just going to continue to, bring that forward a bit. That looks better. I think that looks okay. And actually here, I might just try to smooth out a little bit so there's a little bit less white, so it lines up a bit more. Yeah, I think that looks more closely matched to that side. So just a little, see, you can still see there's quite a difference, but I think that's okay. Again, it's really tough to get that right without the glory of symmetry. Maybe I can bring this out a bit. It's a delicate operation. Whoop. Don't want to do that. Yeah, I can bring that out a bit to match and actually smooth along here to get some of that red back. Okay, I think I'm okay with that. Okay, so let's do the other little housekeeping things that I wanted to do. I don't know why I wanted to say that so bad. So we'll take clay and sub and just get rid of these eyes. Get out of here. Touch the other one. Get that eye out of the mouth. Does not belong there. That's good. Let's color these yellow. So that's flower A and flower A1. So we'll color those yellow. What else? Oh, also you have the option of, oh, let's validate these. These are P1, so pupil and pupil. Which one is which? P1R. Okay. Oh, you have the option of making these black with gloss as well. So if you want them to be glossy. And obviously you can do the same thing with iris and iris. You can grab the color with the eyedropper and you can gloss it up. Sometimes it just winds up looking a little plasticky, which kind of bugs me. So it might actually be nice to just have them like a toy colored, toy material. Okay. I do have to color this. Oh, the head, I want the ears. So we'll add a layer. Inner. Paint. People blowing their nose. Okay, let's just solo this. Just get a nice smooth brown going in there. I think that looks decent. Make sure that's at 100. And now I don't think I'm going to change it because I don't feel like doing this all again. So I think this color is going to be what it's going to be. Did I get all the nooks and crannies? I think so. Sometimes it's hard to tell with the... I probably should have made it a little more matte as well. That way you don't get all this shine in there. Looks decent. These little areas are kind of bugging me. So let's just erase. You know, I'm a perfectionist. I was so tired last night. And the app kept acting real dumb. Probably heard it in my voice. Am I recording? Yes, I'm recording. It happens. Record like an hour's worth of stuff and then look at it and it's not recording. Get these ears going. Normally I wouldn't flip my screen because of the recording, but It would just take too long. Be way more difficult to do it without flipping the screen. So the video will just have to is what it is. All right, so let's unsolo that. Looks good. Okay, it might be fun to add some of these little details in the ear. I had previously experimented, so we'll add another layer. This could be darker. And maybe I just want something like... maybe something like that. I don't know, it's a little not sharp. I might be able to use Dentopo. To give me that sharp edge I seek. And I like to erase with Dentopo as well. That usually does the trick. For sharp edges. Turn it off. Coloring the rest of this. All right, let's see how this looks. I don't really think it adds enough. I mean, it's kind of interesting, though. I'll do the other side, and then if I don't like it, then I can get rid of it. Okay, it's not bad. Is it yeah, it's about the same length as the other side. Little details you gotta pay attention to. Now let's just give this a nice edge. I might be able to actually just use erase with Dentopo. Maybe I can skip that step. Okay, and now we'll just lower this so that it's kind of there, but I don't want it too bold. Part of me would just rather like a gradient. The only problem is the ear is just too... It might be better to decimate it. The painting still looks okay. If I decimate it twice, let's take a look. Am I still on the new layer? Yes, I am. So I'll use the smooth color. Oh, I wish it would just smooth better. That would be so useful. Because I don't want to like keep decimating this just for the smooth, and it's like still not even smoothing. Okay, we'll keep this for now. I also noticed there was another white flower that's supposed to be in this area. So maybe I'll just take these two and clone. Keeps doing the same thing to me. It's like it won't let me drag. It's being a butt monkey, as usual. Okay, that looks pretty good. It looks like it's sitting on the head. It's not bleeding into anything. I think that looks okay. Oh, I also wanted to see if maybe some little teefies would do anything for him. So let's mirror this new sphere. Let's bring this up to the top. So of course this isn't going to match up perfectly. Line. Actually, it looks pretty cute. So let's validate. Now it should be able to move. Validate this as well. Okay, so now that I validated, should be able to just move them over. Since I don't have symmetry, let's bake them. Pivot, reset, pivot. smooth them over a little bit, get them in the front. That looks pretty good. And then white. I don't want to roughen. I don't want them to be super glossy. And also I like to take them off with bright white just the tiniest bit. Okay. So we have to paint the tail now. So I'm thinking, where is it? What am I thinking? Select mask, rectangle. Maybe a little more on this. I think something like that. So we'll invert it. Not clear. Invert. And then I'll grab the color of this, which I might want to change a little bit, actually. So let's make sure I put it on a new layer. Okay, so that's that color, but do I want it to be a little more saturated? It is much lighter though, so maybe I'll just stick with the same color. Okay, so let's get rid of the mask. So that's fine. The only thing now is for these jagged edges. Jagged edge. Part of me obviously wants to smooth it, but I know it's not going to smooth nicely. That's what I would prefer, a gradient, but I don't think that's going to work, unfortunately. Oops. So we'll go back to the regular paint. We'll just have to make some triangles. I don't think there's any real pattern to it. Not really. Okay, it looks like. So now we'll do erase, and maybe we'll do we might not even need dynamic topology. Okay, I think this looks good. Make some of them a little bigger. Now I'll just go over the edges and make this pretty clean. And it's the tail, so I'm not as concerned as I was with the ears. So I don't think I need dynamic topology. Plus the tail itself is pretty huge. So if I decimate it, I might need to do dynamic topology. Because it shouldn't be 153K, that's for sure. And as you can see where I did a lot of manipulating, like flatten, smooth, that's when it starts to look more jagged. Okay. All right. 2 million. That's bananas. Okay, so let's save. But I think we should be able to bring that down. Okay. 382. Ears are 382. That's quite big. Let's decimate them. Head is 243. Should be able to decimate this too with no issue. These little pieces, decimate those down. The nose, decimate down. Teethies, decimate those down. Tongue, you can hardly see it. Eyes. Ooh, gotta be careful with that though. I really want it to look round. So I'm gonna leave that for now. So I want the render to look nice and crisp. 231. Front legs. Can decimate them once. They'll survive. Flowers. Decimate them. Oh, I could make it a UV, actually. Let me undo. A lot of these things I could make into UVs. That would save me a lot of time, or a lot of space. So let's save this. At least it's a little bit smaller now. So for these flowers, there's a white area. Let's get the same texture. Go white, paint. We'll add a new layer on that. Oh, I guess the radial's not working anymore. I want to smooth these. They kind of look nice with the gradient, actually. So we'll do the same thing for this one. Add a new layer. And we'll use smooth color, which is just smooth with 0 intensity. That looks nice. Since we're here for the leaves, might as well add a little darkness. Oh, it doesn't smooth as well, huh? Smooth is okay, but maybe it does smooth okay. Oh yeah, smooth good. I wonder if I could crease with this color too. You have to be careful though, because since they're all connected, I think if I was to go like this, yeah, it goes on to the next leaf. So I have to be careful. Ooh. Move that down. I'll add a new layer for this stuff. Oh yeah, these are smooth and nice and good. Gotta add in those fake shadows. Not even shadows, they're just like... Oops. There's nothing better than a nice smoothing. I'm actually surprised that this is smoothing so well. Okay. These are all separate. So since these are just white, you do something like that. And we can see if they'll smooth as well. Some sort of symmetry going on here. Which I will turn off. And these will actually lighten up a little bit when I change all of this to subsurface. So I'm not too worried about, but just that little tiny touch of shadow and shading, I just think goes a long way. Save my progress. This light is very bright, I can't even see. Let's pull this up a little bit. Okay. Okay. Turn the edge back on. I think that looks good. All right, so the only other thing that actually there's always so much more that I could do. This is 234K, the main. I kind of want to just do the same thing. Just make it a little bit darker near the body. But we got to see how well it smooths. Oh, it smooths this decently. Paint the bottom part too. I'm just basically going in these like crevices a little bit. Symmetry's on, so make it a bit easier. I'm not too worried about the details. I just want to... Alright, Edge, you're driving me up a wall. Okay. Maybe we'll add a little to the front too, maybe a little bit in the middle. And now we'll just smooth this a little bit. Everything should smooth nicely. Did I add a new layer? I did, good. It's not smoothing as smooth as I thought it would, but that's okay. Nothing ever goes as smooth as you think it will. Hence the crazy idea. I thought this would be a simple tutorial. Now look at me, however many hours in. Smudge is just going to be as useless as it always is. Maybe I can... Yeah, smudge is a useless tool. It has a lot of potential. Maybe there's like a quality? I don't even know what that even does. I need power. That's what I need. If you're gonna smudge, I need you to smudge with authority. But we'll see. I still have to press so hard with this tool. Anyway, let's make this, so that's without anything. So we'll just add a little bit of it and leave it at that. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. Can darken this up a little bit. Let's see if this will smudge, or smooth, I should say. Oh, it actually smooths okay. Just want to give it that, that separation a little bit. It looks like it smooths okay. I also like to do it a little bit darker. Anywhere where it's like has contact with something else. Like a contact shadow. I don't know if that's an actual term, but that's how my brain thinks. Same thing with the body. Darker. So again, hopefully it smooths. Might even have to use the actual smooth brush. I don't really like to do that, but add a little color there. We'll use crease. Make those quite a bit darker. For the fronties, we'll add another layer and call it darker. That way I can always just do all this stuff and not worry about the color layer underneath. Oh, so symmetry is kaput. So we'll smooth this out. Let's paint a little bit up here, down the middle. Doesn't really smooth there that well. See if I can decimate it. That'll help. Oh, why is this? What is this symmetry doing? Being a butt monkey. Okay, so I just want to add, that's actually a lot better. I think decimated, it looks a lot better. Should probably decimate this as well, because I think it still looks okay. Can't get that darker in there. Might need a crease, but I don't know if I want to crease that. It's kind of egregious. It actually looks okay. I just have to make sure I get it on the right angle. It's actually okay. It actually looks all right. All right. So let's do crease on these fingers. Perfect. Looks good. All right. So on the face, I still wanted to try and do, it's 121K. Let's see how, what is this? Oh, dark, what is that? Oh, that's, okay. I might just bring all these together and add a new layer and call it reddish. Let's see if we can get some rosy cheeks on this rascal. We need like a nice airbrush. That would be so useful. Because this just does not do it. I don't know how to really adjust any of this. Catmull ROM, what's that? Ooh. Maybe that's what I've been looking for. I still wish it could be bigger. I think that's better. Let's see how it smooths. Smooth's okay. Maybe we'll decimate it. I don't see any reduction in quality. Let's see how it smooths now. I think that's better. So we'll add some roughness on the nose. Or not roughness. You know what I mean. Probably lower the opacity of the layer as well. That's why I'm being a bit egregious with it, because it should be okay. Okay. It's nothing. And we'll just add it just so you can sort of see that little bit of soft red. Even that I think is good enough. All right, what else did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to change everything to subsurface. So let's save. I don't know when the last time I saved. It's terrible. So that looks pretty good. I think I'll save as. I just do this as like just to have a safety. So I might as well join the things that I'm gonna add together. So ears, head, body, legs, tail. So let's join these. This can be the body. Let's join. I can't remember if I can join the like the eye dots, the nose, and the eyelashes. If I join those, I can't remember if I can color just one thing. No, you color everything. Okay. I'll just undo it for now. But I'll join the lashes and move that up. I can get rid of these horrible eyes from before. .6, not bad. All these flowers can be decimated once, just for fun. I'll decimate them more later. I just wanted to get it under 1 million. I feel better now. I can get it down way further, but I'm good with that for now. All right, so let's see what this looks like subsurface. Let's go to post-process. Turn these down some. Don't need to be too aggressive with these, but I still want to maintain that the inside of the mouth is dark. That looks okay. Let's just save this for now. It looks great. Oh, it's a little dark. All that stuff is a little dark. Let's bring up the environment. It's a kind of should be a very bright scene. But I just have to worry about these. Okay, which one is the... Oh yeah, so we want to minimize this a bit. Make that nice and light. There's this. It's still so dark right in between. Okay, that looks okay. Here's all the darker areas. So I can actually manually darken some of them if I want. Okay. I think it looks good. So let's see what it looks like subsurface. That should also change the really dark areas as well. And it kind of adds a nice realistic blur to the whole thing that I really enjoy. Okay, so that's all those, all the flowers. And actually, these are okay if they're a little bit lighter. I wouldn't mind the light shining through them. Same thing with the leaves. The teeth. Teeth actually look much better subsurface because they actually are. You can see through them. They're kind of translucent. Tongue, I think, is probably fine, but I'll add the subsurface just because it takes away that dark shadow. Don't like that. I don't know how else to get rid of that. I could bring the tongue down a bit, maybe. Okay, the main subsurface. We'll harden this up a little bit, make it a little more dense. But that's okay, it looks soft. I just want to experiment if I use refraction for that part. It looks actually way more like the art, but I think I might like this better. If I was really going crazy, I could take both of them and do always unlit. But then it might be a little too bright. Additive would be super bright. Let's join these iris eye. Let's clone and let's make one additive. Always unlit. Super bright now. Kind of like it though. It's interesting. We'll hide it for now. Oh, okay. I can't think of anything else that I really want to do. Except for maybe put like remesh this thing. Give it a round edge. Actually, I should do my little half circle thing. I think that's my favorite. Oy. sphere. Subdivide it. What am I on? Oh, I'm still on orthographic. Ugh, I should have not been on orthographic. Orthographic, that's plagued me this this project, unfortunately. Give it a nice smooth edge. Okay, floor I can just get rid of. Let's pivot the pivot down to the edge. That way I can do all this stuff and it won't move the edge. Perspective. Okay, good. Doesn't look too different with perspective. I was kind of worried about that. Okay. And lastly, if you really wanted to, you could probably paint on the iris. Wait, what's not validated? Validate. Let's see. Oh, we need to change it back to preset. Oh, actually, I think I have a tool for this. You can paint it, make it really small, and 100. Excuse me. So, of course, you can paint it, maybe use dynamic topology. You can do that, or you can make them glossy. And then you have the natural. Oh, I feel like that's attached to the camera. Don't want it attached to the camera. Okay. I think I'm happy with it. Let's get rid of this. Let's save. Let's figure out a nice view. It looks like the middle to me. And I might turn the head. You just have to select everything and then turn the head. Let's bring edge back up. Whoop. Okay, it won't let me. There we go. I'll make sure all these are subsurface. Yes. Ears, subsurface. turn up the render resolution. Maybe make the backdrop a little bit more. Kind of like that orangish. Okay, cool. Do a quick light check. So that's the key. It's the fill. It's a bit useless, but we'll leave it. And yeah, I like top down as well. So there we go. I'm going to save this pose. This will be 3. And I'll save it again with the new changes. So that's pretty much it. Maybe we'll do a little turntable. I know it's not going to turn the way I want it to turn because it never does. 0, 0, 0 maybe. Let's try that. And it's going to be super bright on that side. Whoopsies. Got to get that edge light in there, even though it's super bright. Super bright. But I might fart around with the lights. I might turn the head. You just have to gather everything here and then turn the head. So I might do that as well. But I think I'm going to call it because I spent way too long on this. I need to make a new Skillshare class. So I got to figure that out. All right. Keep drawing, keep sculpting. I'll see you all in the next video. This edge light is bonkers. Oh, that's kind of nice. It's like yellow. Oh, it looks really nice yellow. Why is this so bright? Oh, that's top down, isn't it? That's the top down light. Right? Oh, no, it's not. What is causing that to be so white there? Okay, so it is the edge. So maybe these flowers, I just need to adjust the radial 1, radial 2. Yeah, I think they were just a bit too dense. So I wonder if these are a bit too dense. Flower little, flower little, flower little, flower little. Okay. Top down looks good. brighter. Make sure it's soft. It is soft. Just make sure the key is soft. It's soft. Edge, fill. I can't even see the edge light doing anything. It's kind of nice. White looks a little too white. Maybe we'll just go with the warm. We'll just go with the warm tone. I like it. Cool. Oh, and the very last thing I wanted to show you is to move the head. Basically, you just want to take everything, obviously not the body. Oh, that's the head, I forgot. I remember I joined the body to color them. I just had to separate the body and then take the head out. So let's rename this head. So the head, the eye whites, the irises, everything that has to do with the face, teeth, not the mane, the eye dots, the tongue, the lashes, the leaves, and all the flowers, and not the sphere. I have everything selected except for this stupid ear. Okay, so it's part of the body. What a dum-dum. What about the other ear? The other ear's there as well? That didn't move as well? Okay, so these are the ears. I'm going to join them. And I'm going to nestle them under the head. The body I'm going to move down. Oh, and the mane I'm going to move down as well. Those are the only things that we don't need to move. The body and the mane. Everything else, I think we select. I think. Okay, I think that looks good. I think I want it kind of like this. You can even kind of work out if you want his head or her head. I don't know, just make sure that it looks natural and normal. So it might take some adjusting. What was that? What was that? Hit back. You have to be careful. It will try to sabotage your happiness. That will happen. This looks pretty good. think I might just have to adjust the mane a little bit. Oh no, that looks pretty good. That's kind of nestled in there nicely. So if I bake it and I do pivot, reset, pivot, I think that looks good. Head looks like it's fitting everywhere. Except for maybe a little bit over here, which I can just take move and probably just move this a little bit. Snuggle that in there. I think that looks great. So let's save this view as 4. Let's turn on post-process. And maybe the background, maybe we want a lighter background. I don't usually do lighter backgrounds. But I feel like this type of character just needs a lighter background. I do kind of like the refraction, but that actually looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. It looks pretty good. I could always paint glossy too. Oh no, but then you can't see it. Okay, never mind. Just kidding. And let's see how it looks without global illumination. Okay, I like it. Edge looks good. Maybe I want to make the key a little bit brighter. And maybe even change it to sun. That way it's a little more uniform. Can't really see the edge anymore, so can't really see it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's all the way over here. Man, these lights, they always make it so difficult. I want to actually have the shine on the side now. I don't need it this warm. Since we're using white, a white background. Check out our view. Looks good. looks good. Go back to our view, and I think that's good. Officially. Why is that still there?
Thank you so much for watching the video. Be sure to like and subscribe. It really helps me out, really helps my channel out. Definitely check out my Skillshare classes. I have 2D classes in Procreate and 3D classes in Nomad Sculpt. Keep drawing, keep sculpting, and I'll see you all in the next video.